And good evening, everybody. Welcome back into the Dragon's Den. My name's Digital Dragon, aka Luke, and I will be your host for this evening. How's it going, Zombie? Mr. Wizix, hope you guys are doing well. Hey, R2 Builder, how's it going? Hope you're doing fine tonight. Yeah, I got a little impatient apparently and decided to go live a little bit early. I was like, oh, I need to get my mic and get this set up, and then I had another issue where, for whatever reason, it wasn't picking up my cameras again. Though this was just OBS came up, the cameras were all working. It's just OBS wasn't talking to the cameras for whatever reason. So a reboot, boom, everything's fixed. I don't know. Computer things. Computer things. Hey, Eagle the Dragon. Hello, my friend. How are you? Hope you're doing well. Are you prepared for Thanksgiving tomorrow, buddy? Bring some new test wheels for Box Turtle. Awesome. Yeah, I need to do some more Box Turtle stuff. So we just do this. Don't know if you guys can notice. There are now lights on. The tool head has been taken apart and swapped. I have done a homing and a quad gantry level, and that's it. I was debating whether or not I wanted to update the AFC software again, since this has been down for a week or so. And tryptophan coma incoming, exactly. And I'm debating whether I want to continue testing it the way it is or do the update of the AFC software and possibly Clipper and keep going. So I've got to go and dig around in the Discord to see what's been going on and what changes have been implemented lately, so I know how best to work it. But yeah, we're going to be working on the LH Stinger today, and you guys will be able to see, we've got a Stinger. Oh wait, it's sideways. And yes, it's sideways. It does sit fairly nicely on its edge. It is a little bit lopsided because of the weight distribution, but it's all good. And I just found it easier when I was trying to play with the wires here. So actually, let me go to the overhead view. So yeah, I started plugging in wires here on the board. I got everything coming from the tool head is plugged in. The Z end stop is plugged in as well. So everything here is plugged in so far, and I've got a couple of zip ties started in strategic places so that we'll be able to zip tie some things. And this camera froze. What the hell? The same camera that I've always been having problems with just froze on me. I'm gonna lose my mind. I am going to lose my ever-loving mind. Well, at least this one still works. Okay, so I guess we'll go back to the C922 up top. I just can't do that during the stream because it'll be a thing. Yeah, the cam is not happy, and I don't know why. I'm gonna have to take a look and see if it just I'll have to see if it basically updated itself, and if so, I'm gonna get really, really annoyed because there shouldn't be anything there that would have updated it. Okay. Just taking a quick gander. Oh, we need to do the ground. Nope, already got that added there. So we did that breakout board. So we've got it installed like this. We're doing the all the plugs and stuff to it. We're not doing any canned stuff. There's some things in here about printer cable lengths. I'm not playing around with any cables. I'm not going to re-terminate any cables. The end stops I will, and the motors I will, but I haven't really been messing with anything else. I think what we're going to start with is our E and the X motor here. E motor's over here. We're going to add our X motor. We'll bring that and the X end stop down. It's going to come in through the side here, and we'll plug that in, and that'll give us a chance to figure out our cable lengths for those two. So we'll grab our motor wiring here. We'll do that one, and then we'll go around and start working on the Z and Y motors. And we'll just keep working around. Update will make backup of existing config and install AFC-SH. Walk through some changes, few others you'll need to move to new locations. Yeah, that's what I figured, is I know there's going to be some type of change going on. I just need to kind of figure it out. Okay, so this is going to get plugged in there. We'll bring these two together, and we'll put these in a cable sleeve, and then we'll have to come up with the overall length for these. And this is going to come down, I believe it comes down the side based on the CAD. Yeah, it kind of comes down here on the back side, and will get added to a cable tie on this side that the bed will also get tied to somehow. So we'll just figure this out. This will come down. It'll come in this way, right? This is X, and X in stop. Now the question is this considered X motor or X motor 1? I think it's going to be considered X, and X1 would be the secondary one. It will be good to cut these right about there. We'll have a little bit of excess, not a lot. I don't think I'll be able to get the end stop wire, but I might be able to get the motor wire pulled back some like that. End stop, I probably won't be able to pull back the heat shrink on. Oh, there we go. Maybe. Nice. So that allowed me to pull both of those back. We're going to cut these about right here. And that will give me the ability to have these at a decent length. So we'll start off just getting our end stop wire done. So everybody have plans for tomorrow? Either having family over or going to see family, friends? I know we're planning on going over and seeing my parents. Hey, Nick, how's it going? Hope you're doing well. Hey, long shot. Work on software. Well, that doesn't sound like a whole lot of fun. So, long shot, since you're talking about software, I do want to ask you a question because I know that you work on software for the box turtle stuff. Um, I'm going to wind up, well, I'm not going to wind up. I got the uh, CNC tap swapped out on Kyber Dragon behind me, the one that's going to go over to Evocate 3D. And I just wanted to check. So I am currently on, God, I hate when those don't line up. Let's see. I am currently on, we'll go main display here. 00547. It goes up to 757. So has there been a lot of changes over the last 2 weeks and changes that I should probably update for? You have family coming into town? Awesome, Mr. Wizix. Yeah, we're going to be heading over to my parents' house, which is about an hour and a half down the road. We'll go over for dinner and then we'll come back. Hopefully not too awful late, but we should be listening to Pez Liz's stream the whole time. Yes, but wait till the weekend because there's major config changes coming. Okay. I guess I can do that. I know that the Evocate folks are actually in the process of moving locations or very soon will be, so it's not going to be like the end of the world if I don't have it done this weekend, but then again, having it done and up and running this weekend will enable me to start breaking it in and testing it because I haven't done much of that yet on this one. What was that? 4-year-old daughter. Nice. Nice. Yeah, we're going to go to my parents' house where they don't like professional sports, but we're probably going to watch football. So, you know, um, we'll watch football, we'll have dinner. And the funny thing is unless my mother changed her mind, she asked us when they decided that they were going to stay here local if we wanted turkey or something else. And me and my wife were like, let's do the rice dish, which is like a rice casserole, but it's like rice with rice with onions, tomatoes, bell peppers, and like skirt steak that's pounded real thin, layered almost like a lasagna, and then you know cooked in the oven with like beef bouillon and a few other spices and stuff. Comes out really, really good. And yeah, so that's going to be our meal tomorrow. And we'll save the turkey for like another day when there's more of us. The good news is when I redid that wiring, is I'm now running the probe from 24 volt because, well, it can. And that freed up the other end stops. So now I've got both sensors before and after the extruder available. So I need to up that configuration and put in the applicable distances. Got them still in my old config from the other Trident when I had Happy Hair installed, so it should be the same. And those are mechanical distances. If it's off, it's like partial millimeter off, not stupid crazy off. Okay, so these are back on there. I'm going to grab a different 4-pin connector. And I'm going to look at the one that I cut shorter and be like, okay, what order am I going? Blue, red, green, black. And we got some spare cables here, so we'll want to put this in some of our thin cable sleeving. When you say major changes to config, like what kind of changes are we instituting there, MG? Did you overclock the probe? I did not overclock the probe. So on the original one, I just looked at the polarity, was like, oh, I've got the plus minus and the positive, the negative, and the signal wires in the right location, blah, 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 blah. And lights came on, things were working. I was like, okay, great. Then I was sitting there like, why am I getting some weirdness here? I was looking, and yeah, I happened to look at the old board and realized that I had the old tool head, or the old 2-head Heart K tool board that, with the LDO Rev C kits. And we went to a Nighthawk board and a Leviathan. So we were just validating that we had right pinouts, this, that, and everything else. And then lo and behold, I looked and was like, oh crap. I had physically cut the trace and resoldered it to be 5 volt versus 24 volt because it was a Rev 1 CNC tap from Chaotic Lab, which only worked with 5 volt because it used a Omron switch. Well, the 5 volt tolerant Omron did not like very much getting 24 volt. I mean, it worked until it stopped working. And so I had to go ahead and get a different one. I may still take armored, or not armored turtle, but what's his name? Was it Thunder King? Somebody offered up a sensor for Rev 1. I might still take them up just to have that as a spare. But you just have to be cognizant and aware of that when you go to do it. We're doing X end stop. The way it goes is it's X motor, X end stop, X1 motor, and then we'll have the Z motor, Z end stop, Z1 motor, Y1, Y end stop, Y motor. So we're just kind of working our way down and around. And this is going to basically lay in there like that. We'll bring the bed around and it'll come in this same direction. And we'll just try and keep these pushed down and out of the way. There is a zip tie right here that we'll be able to use to zip tie this stuff down. Our Z motor is going to be like here to here. So one of them is going to be really, really short. One's going to be a little bit longer. Let's see our directions here. No, not that one. This one. Z, left motor, 6.5 centimeters. Z1, right motor, 38 centimeters. Okay. There is Z and Z1. Now we had pulled these out and I'll say rolled a couple of the wires earlier. So and we're looking at this from the back. So from the front, this is the left motor. It says literally 65 millimeters for the distance here. So we're going to have a very, very short cable run here. And when I say that we rolled the wires, we did it on the motor side so that we changed it over here on the shorter side versus the longer side. And yeah, I was a little worried about that, but yeah, 65 millimeters is that long, which, yep, is about right. I mean, it's a pretty tight plug in there. Doesn't need to be really long. We're going to make this a very short pigtail. In fact, I'm not even going to use both of the Z labels, I don't think. Guess I can if I can push this one off, but we'll leave that one over here. Okay. And it will be the same pin out at the board. But yeah, I hope everybody has a good day tomorrow. Just remember, I know things get hectic. Everybody's trying to, cook and all that stuff. At the end of the day, it's just time to spend with family. Plans are going to have to be adjusted. Something's not going to work out right. No need getting stressed about it. Just roll with it and enjoy the day. That is the best advice I can give anybody on these holidays is just take your, just enjoy the day. There's no sense in getting stressed out. Just relax, enjoy the day and the company of others. I'm going to sit down here because, well, I can. Oh. So I did have a few things that got delivered right before the stream. I didn't bother to bring them up. Uh, I will tell you it's about 14 spools of epax filament. I do have some other spools of filament over here. I'm just waiting to see somebody come in so I can talk about them. But yeah, just try to have a good time with family and friends. I'm gonna, the biggest issue that I have is driving during the holidays because it seems like even more stressed and stupid people are on the road. So that's why I'm saying that, and I'm going to try and take my own advice. Is just don't worry about it. Just enjoy, and don't forget about Pez's stream or Liz's stream tomorrow. Exactly. She's going to have a lot of giveaways. She's going to have a lot of giveaways from like KB3D and LDO and all of that. So definitely go hang out and enjoy a day with Liz. Hell, you might even see me on Friday. We'll see. I don't know yet what Friday will hold, but it's going to basically be a long weekend. So maybe I'll stream some on Friday. Maybe I won't. Maybe we'll do some other stuff, or maybe I'll do some stuff off stream. Um, I did get one thing that I need to do that I almost did today and decided not to. I probably should have done it today. And that's my streaming rig. It's currently running with a 120 millimeter all-in-one cooler. So just a single fan liquid cooling system. And I've purchased a newer one that's a full 360. So it'll replace the 3 fans in the front of the case. And that way it'll cool the processor a lot more. So that's on the list of things to do. So maybe I'll work on that Friday. All right, so we're gonna go blue, red, bubblegum, green, and black. Okay. Like I said, this is X, or excuse me, X. This is Z. Really, really short pigtail, but then again, we're plugging into the Z motor right here, and we're plugging into our board right here. So we have one empty one. This is for X1. Then we'll go Z. We have our Z in stop. And then we're going to go to our Z1 motor, which is coming from this side and is going to be routed up around the back. So let me see. Don't think we got anything else going in this one. I can cut that out of the way. Oh. And Z1, which is the right motor, says it should be 38 centimeters. So that would be 380. We can either cut that or we can just say, yeah, we'll plug it in one side and roll it to the other. We'll see how close it is to 380. That's about 6 centimeters long. I think what I'll do is I'll just plug it in and we'll figure out the routing and then we'll go from there. We'll get that plugged in. We'll scoot this over to the side out of the way. And we're going to look at how this is routed. Whoops. This comes down, gets routed. It looks like that's one of the round clips. So one of these. Take this and flip it down in that 30-30 channel. We'll have a little piece of trim that will go in there as well. Let me see if I can find that. Rail thing. That's a tool. This tool. We'll use that tool later. That's a tool. That is something that gets used. Things in here that'll get used. I'm not sure if that is just one of these smaller accessory pieces that is supposed to be a little decorative thing that just holds it in place. Yep, 30-30 cover short. So it's just one of these little cover strips. We're just going to make sure that we get all 4 cables in there. Figure out how to get this 30-30 strip on there. Okay. Yeah, I'm not sure. Yeah, I just snapped that. So I think this is more of a slide, and I don't know, like I would literally have to take an end off to slide that on there. So I think I'd have to double check, but I think I still have some 30-30 like vinyl black covering that I can use there instead. So I will use that instead, but I will get that out in a little bit. That'll be a after the fact thing. Let me move a couple of things around here so I can see about what I'm doing. Now we bring this around. I'm going to go into one of the vertical cable clips. So we'll take one of our vertical cable clips. And it's going to go between the 2 spots here. So let me see if I can't get that in there and twist it like that. This is going to come up through there, get looped around in there. I'm going to turn this the other way because doing it this way it's going to be too hard to try and come in from the top. I'd have to basically try and get everything in there and then twist it in place. Come around here, we'll get this into the clip. We're going to come up. And like I said, we're going to come up here and go into Z1. So yeah, we can cut this a little bit shorter. Basically, we're going to cut it about right there. We'll cut it right there. Try and move the Z1 back. Verify length once again. Hey, Jose, how's it going? Hope you're doing well. Okay, so now we'll just go ahead and strip and re-terminate these ends. And hey, Petty, how's it going? How goes the ERCFA build? Like I said, Petty, if you need anything that wasn't in that kit, please let me know. If there was something that was supposed to be in there that wasn't, definitely let me know. I will make it right. Okay. You know, like I said, these accent pieces, they're pretty good, but it's apparently like you have to install them by sliding them straight down, or I'm going to have to reprint them in something like maybe PETG or even TPU where it's got a little bit of flex to it. And if that's the case, I'll just use the black vinyl stuff that I have. That's no big deal. So the the class that I did yesterday, which caused me to do a short stream, it was an hour-long class, and we'll say it's a survey course, right? It's a high-level course on um, setting up a business and stuff for disabled veterans, and it kind of gives you the big overview, and then you can go in and start taking the rest of their courses on individual topics and stuff like that. A lot of good information, but man, there was like an hour-long webinar, and I dropped off after an hour and a half of questions. And meanwhile, I was sitting there, I'll say, dual streaming type of thing. So I was listening to all the answers, but I was also sitting there on Lee Marie's channel, watching them do the box turtle. Okay, so this is blue, red, green. Cable clip 1, cable clip 2. Come up and we'll plug that in. This up here. And okay. And I need to get a zip tie ready for this side as well. Hey, Shrimp Father, how's it going? Hope you are doing well today, my friend. It is a beautiful day. Wonderful day. I was feeling like crap this morning, so I actually called off sick to work, but I think maybe I just needed some extra time, a little bit of a break. Okay, so we've got that. We're going to have a Y motor in the back and a Y motor in the front. So let's see what our distances are here. Y is the front motor, which would be 52. Y rear motor is 26. So we have Y is the rear, Y1 is the front. Yes, Shrimp Father, aka Martine. How's it going, Martin? Okay, so the Y motor, we need 26 centimeters. Excuse me. Yeah, 26 centimeters. I was going to say roughly there. Let me pull the name thing down here so it'll be within the 26. Okay. So I do keep these cables. I do tend to use them for other projects or other builds. I've used a lot of this excess motor cables in building the first set of black boxes. So you can always find a reason to use these. So don't just throw them away. I mean, if it's short like that, probably you can throw it away. But always keep your wire or not. I mean, it's up to you. Doing good. Just got home. The missus is feeling a little under the weather. Had to go get some egg drop soup. Ooh, ooh. I haven't had egg drop soup in a hot minute. That would be awesome. All right. Even better would be uh, hot and sour soup. Yeah. So hope everybody's doing well. Got some plans. You know, I plan on watching football, and more football like all weekend long. So that'll be fun. Um, because we got NFL football going on, then you'll have the college games. Um, actually, there's football on Thanksgiving Day. There's football on Black Friday. You'll have college on Saturday and football again on Sunday. It's like a plethora of football. And if you don't like football, there's other things to watch as well. But like I said, I think um, Friday I'm going to take down the streaming computer and, well, again, and swap out the CPU cooler on it. And then we'll have that up and running again. And then we'll have the box turtle to keep working on for the 2.4 behind me. At some point, I need to start printing parts for the LDO box turtle beta kit that I've got and stop dawdling. Yes, I am dawdling. So that goes there. The other one, I guess we might as well do the other one while we're at it. Don't think I'm going to use these, so I'll just take these and move them out of the way. The Y1 front motor is 52, so that will be, this one might actually be about the right length. No, we'll be cutting this one fairly short as well. 52. 300. 30. 20. Measure once, cut 5 times, right? 4 giggles. Not really for giggles, but we did just add a smidge of spare rim to this, so one more of these. Mrs. Dragon got home a little bit early. She thought I was going to be streaming early today, and I was like, no, we're streaming at 6. And I think I originally said 5, then I switched it to 6. And then I was like trying to multitask and get the 2.4 behind me back online. Managed to do that, and then was like, oh crap, I need to get my mic check done. Had to struggle with the camera again, and then just went ahead and went live like early again. So, but just a few minutes early. It wasn't like 25 minutes early or anything like that. But I will say that we are having issues with this camera again, where it froze on us. We'll see how long it hangs on before it freezes again. But it did freeze on us again. And I'm not sure why. I'll have to look to see if yeah, it's frozen on us again. So I don't know why that's happening. I'll have to see if it somehow got a firmware update again. And if it didn't, then it's just going to completely come out and it won't go on. I'll try and see if it'll work reliably on the Mac, but it won't go back on the PC. Which, once again, I don't get, because this is the same exact camera model with 0 issues. So I don't know why one of them keeps wigging out and the other doesn't. I know there's issues with the Brio as far as the here's the Broadcom or the Intel driver forum chipsets, but I found a thing that said roll back the firmware. I did. It's worked a couple of streams with no issues, and then all of a sudden it just borked again out of the blue. So I have no idea what's going on, other than it's really annoying me and I'm about to toss it into e-waste. Okay, so we need another 4-pin. Hey Pete, how's it going, friendo? We go blue, red, green, and black. This will be the one coming from the front. It's going to come down kind of right through the middle like this and over. So let's hide our pens some. I think we'll need these extra wires right now, so we'll move those just out of the way randomly for now. We're still going to have to do the Y end stop because I didn't do that one, but at least I don't think I did. I didn't. But we'll have to figure that one out. I'm going to move this over here. So the Y motor and the Y end stop get joined together, comes in and goes through there, and it looks like it gets, it kind of looks like it gets cable sleeving, which I probably need to go through and put back or put on this one. So let me pull this and we'll put some cable sleeving on a few of these things. There we go. We have plenty of cable sleeving, so should be fine. Once again, this is more of just dressing it up, making it pretty. I was not feeling all that grand this morning, so I did call in sick to work today. I'm feeling a little bit better. I don't know if it was just, I was just exhausted and wiped out because I did take several doses of Dayquil throughout the day, which helped, and also kind of made me take a nap. So that helped. Like I did log in and check emails and stuff throughout the day, but I didn't work. That makes sense. And then I just found out that next week is going to be glorious because our so last week we had the vice president in, and next week we have the senior vice president and his leadership team that'll be in town. So we're already getting it'd be really great if we had a lot of people in the office. And I'm like, yeah, it would be. And I know that means I'm going to be in the office next week. Not sure how happy and excited I am about it, but I will be in the office at least Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday. Do not expect it to impact my stream schedule, but I will let you know if something happens, and it does. I will say I thought I was done with the dog and pony show stuff when I got out of the military, but apparently not. You know, everybody's got to come around during the holidays to show how much they care and scared you wouldn't come around and cause a bunch of hubbub for no reason. Okay, so do that, we do that. This comes around, plug that back in. There. Here. All right, that, and I think I'll be able to lock these down because there's, well, no, there's going to be the bed cable. Okay. All right, so that's there. We're going to bring these two together. And I will say this X end stop is going to be, or excuse me, the Y end stop is going to be about the same length. We'll give it a tad bit more because this is might even just be, yeah, it's going to be about the same. So I can move this down. Hey, Westery, how are you doing, sis? Wanted to wish me a good Thanksgiving? Well, thank you. I hope you have a good Thanksgiving too. Um, take care of my little girl Mia and Bailey, and make sure that the kids get plenty of treats from their Uncle Luke. And you get plenty of treats too, Sarah. Gotta look out for my sis as well. Okay, so I put this stuff away and I need to do one more. More of these. Ugh. There's one, and where's the 2 or 3 that I dropped? Okay. There's 2. Need a 2 banger for that. So are you still couch surfing, sis? Anyway, these need a bit more reveal on them. There we go. Come on, you little Okay. Yeah, you're couch surfing, but really nice place to couch surf. Well, that's good. That's good. Structural engineer submits a report next week, and then they can finally get things started. Well, good. Structural engineer is probably like, if I've got to go out to this house one more time, yeah, fingers crossed that this is the last time that they need to come out there, because this has been too many times they've had to go out there and look at your property. Not because of anything, well, storm stuff, not because you're doing anything bad. You wish State Farm would move quicker? Yeah, there's a lot of people here in North Carolina that are still hurting from the storms, because like FEMA and all the insurance companies were kind of dragging their feet and trying to fight. And it's just people to the west of us, or west of me, have been having a rough time. Yeah. And like I would expect from what I was seeing and what you've told me that the house would be a complete loss. So it's like, why are you continuing to argue about it? Just call it done and let's move on. Okay. There we go. We're going to put a couple of zip ties on these. This helps keep the sleeving from fraying out and stuff. You can also, and probably should also, oh, whatchamacallit, burn the ends, like fire. Hey, Dutch dude, how's it going? Long time no see. Hope you're doing good. So, out of the blue, and it took me, I'll admit, I was a little slow, but I got pinged by a dude. I'll just say it was a dude, and it wound up being the actual designer of the LH Stinger. And I was like, oh, when I realized it. But he was watching the YouTube videos and was thanking me for all the comments and stuff I've been making as I've been going through the build. And once again, has been trying to make changes based on those comments to like the manual and stuff like that. So that's always very, very appreciated. Not necessarily required, but definitely appreciated when designers are willing to go and make changes on the fly or not to help people have a better build experience. And I know Dutch dude did that when I was doing the 0G builds. So definitely a big thank you to you guys. I'm going to go ahead and I'm just going to use a couple of these down through here to make sure to keep this in check. Not that I really think I need to, because I think it's sitting down in the channel pretty well. But, you know, why not? Here we go. We're going to have the one over here on the side that we need to do. And that was another one of the other side twist thingies. That one will go for the x-axis, and then we'll bring the bed through there as well. We're going to have this y-axis one that's going to come down and come up under and around like this. We'll go ahead and put some cable sleeve on it, or throw it on the ground because that was fun. What am I doing for Turkey Day? We are going to go to my parents' house. There was a lot of talk of everybody going up to my brother's house in Virginia, and I'll just say that my parents have had some recent medical issues crop up, and they've decided to stay close to home, and I'm happy for that. I don't want to keep adding to the list of hospitals that they wind up going to for ailments whenever they travel. So, speaking of which, give me a second, folks. Sorry, folks. That was Mama, and when Mama Bear calls, you got to answer, because if I don't, she'll continue to call. So, yeah. But she was calling to see what time I'm coming over tomorrow, or what time we wanted to eat tomorrow, so she knows when to put things in the oven. And apparently the answer was not yes. Because, you know, me, what time are you going to eat? Always yes. Right? Always going to be a yes. Okay. Yeah, always answer. Exactly. Exactly. So, yeah, we're going to go to my mom's house. We're not going to have like turkey, because they were asking, like, do you want a turkey? We got a turkey. Or do you want something else? I was like, you know what? Let's do rice dish. And because that just sounds awesome. And yeah, so that's what we're going to do. And you probably are going to sit here and go, well, what do you mean by rice dish? Well, it is literally, just think of it like a lasagna made with rice. So you'll have rice and you'll soak the rice. And then once you're done soaking the rice, you'll basically layer it in a big casserole or Dutch oven. And you'll have rice, um, pounded skirt steak, and more rice, and then vegetables. And the vegetables would be like sliced um, onions and tomatoes and bell peppers. And you'll just keep layering it like that until you've got everything in there. And you'll pour in a bunch of like beef bouillon to add the, until it's filled up with water, right? Because that's going to cook into the rice. So you cover everything with beef bouillon, water, or beef bouillon that you've melted, or you know what I mean, your broth. And yeah, and the thing is that's good about that, Westery and Mr. Wizix, is when you dish it out, like you dish it out, you add some butter, salt and pepper, other spices and stuff to your liking, and then like for days you continue to eat leftovers. And every time you pull a bunch out, it's just sitting there like absorbing more and more of that flavor, and it is amazing. Okay, so we're coming around here with the other one. We're going to do another couple of our little um, okay, so we're going to do a couple of the um, little uh, half moon thingamabobbers here to start getting it coming down the trough. So get a couple of those in. And then we're going to need the wider one here. So this is a little bit different. This is a wider one and it twists in differently. So where the other ones go in and, well, they go in this way and then twist vertical, this is going in this way and twisting horizontal. So towards this way. Pretty tight fit in there. Do that. This gets put in there. Fight, 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 fight. Without breaking it. Get in there. There we go. Boom. And then that's going to loop right up underneath with another one of these in the middle. Force it to do a half jog. Because why not? Come up and, oh, there was supposed to be a clip there. Or wait, bring it up through the middle clip. How about we just bring it straight up the middle and plug it in? I think that sounds like a better plan. And I'll bring you guys around here in kind of like a fly-in mode here in a second. Once I get that plugged in. Okay. There's a few other pieces that we'll use for the bed and stuff. We still have to do the bed, so we're not ready to fully lock this into place yet. In fact, I may just, somehow that doesn't make me think that's going to sit down on there nicely. I think that winds up being taller than that, but we'll see. We'll see. So we'll have the bed left to do, but we're going to have to do some work on the bed regardless. So let's take this and sit it up. All right, we're actually sitting pretty good there. We're on our feet. We're not on the wires. Close, but it's a good fit. And so bring you guys over here. And this is kind of what we're seeing. We do have some zip tie points that we'll be able to zip tie a lot of this stuff down. And then we're going to be bringing the bed stuff around, and the bed's thermistor and power is going right here. Sorry. Thermistor and power. And then these are the 3 inlets from our electronics box. So we've got a couple of zip ties. We'll be able to zip tie some things down here. And then we'll have the cover that goes right over the top. And yeah, I think we're doing pretty good so far. I think we're doing pretty good. The Z is going to, or the bed's going to come around and come up through the trough here and in. So do I go ahead and just zip tie these down, or do I wait? That we'll see. This is the auxiliary fan, RGB, aux. I don't know how much more of that we're using, but we've got our tool head wired. We've got everything else wired. We're just back down to finishing out the Y-axis. So well, we need to build our auxiliary fan stuff still. We need to do the bed. And of course, they were like showing this and they're like, oh, do the bed first. Okay. Assembly guide. Let's come back to the Y carriage. We've got our carriage glued together. And apparently we need to move past the Y carriage and go into the Y belt installation. We'll need a few things here. We'll need some 8mm button screws and a couple of M3 hex nuts. I have a few things over here still left out, but we put some things away. We're going to need the bed carriage. By the way, this is what our bed carriage looks like after we did it. It's still very nice, but we do have some blemishes on here. We got some squeezed out epoxy, but yeah, who cares? You know, some blemishes there, but you won't see it because the bed's going to sit on top of all of this. So we're going to need 2 M3 hex nuts. M3 hex nuts. Lock nuts. N E nut. Oh. 2 M3 hex nuts, 2 M3x8 button head screws, okay. That's going to be for one belt tensioner. Then for more hex nuts, there's one set, that'll be the other set. And 2 M3x12 button heads. And 2 M3x10 countersunk. And I don't like that it says glue the hex nuts to the sockets of the belt clamp. What does that mean? Okay. Glue the hex nuts into the sockets of the belt clamp. So there's the 2 long ones, there's the 2 short ones. Don't worry if the bottom part cracks or breaks. It's not structural and only meant for ease of assembly. Okay, so they're in there. This will grab our super glue. And one of my acupuncture pens or needles so that I can actually open it up because it's apparently sealed shut again. The story of my life, every time I come to use this, it sealed up. I think I just need to get some smaller ones, but these were, I think I got 2 of these from KB3D Chris. So be sure to clean it off well before you put it back in there. Okay. There's 4 of these. And they're going to be tight. So we'll grab our Knipex. And we'll force them down in there a little bit. Along with our super glues, so they will be nice and stuck in place. Yeah. Okay, so 2 there, and then looks like 2 right here on the sides. This will get interesting because there's no like real depression. It's just going to be add a little bit of glue around there and then kind of position them in place. Now, interestingly enough, I've got 2 sets of these. Oh, what the heck? So we've got those 2 in there and these 2 in there. Make sure they're nice and flat. Glue the hex nuts into the sockets of the belt clamp left to prevent them from falling during installation. Don't worry if the bottom part cracks or breaks, not structural. Attach a screw to the hex nut and push it inside the tensioner right. Some force might be needed. Okay, we did that. I guess what I'm saying is I've got 2 sets of these printed and I'm thinking we only need 1 and maybe there was a spare set. So I'll set that over there for now. It's easier to install the rear belt clamp in the belt before mounting the carriage into the mounts. Okay. So do so if you haven't done already. Pull the belt through the carriage hole. Once the carriage is installed, you can insert a narrow piece of tape through the carriage hole and then tape it on both sides of the belt to pull it through. This is short. This is the rear side. We haven't pushed or pulled the belt through at all. This is going to be the 9mm belt. And I have no idea, like, is the belt going through? Because I don't see belt there, which tells me like, oh wait, I hit the wrong one. Let's try hiding that one. And yes, that belt does run through the extrusion. Which means it may, hey, Bexy Beans, how's it going? It may be easier to run this belt by taking the ends off. Yay! Okay. So we're going to go around that pulley through oofda. I don't know what I just hung up on. Oi. I did hang up on something there. And what I'm trying to do, folks, is push this underneath this pulley through the extrusion here, right? Because we're going through that extrusion. And I'm trying to get it pushed all the way through. And I'm hitting a spot where it starts coming out, basically, because it hits something at the far end. And I don't know what. Thank you for the lurk, Timor. Just chilling with me and your jet lag, eh? So in order to get I'd have to take off pretty much this whole front piece to try and get that belt through there. Because I can't see it and I can't feel it, so I don't think it has come, well, maybe. Ooh, maybe. Did it. Did it actually come through? Am I just hitting the... It did. It came through, so I'm just hitting the pulley. If I push it on that side of the pulley, want it on the other side of the pulley. Stop coming to that side of the pulley. Okay. All right. I think I got it. And part of the problem is the pulley is not lined up with these holes here. It's inside of those holes, so it's trying to get the belt to come through. And there we go. If I can get it to come through enough, I can push it back in over one pulley. Ooh. Okay. Now, it's not fully wrapping around this pulley. There's a slot right in here. So we're having to push this through and get it to go in the slot that will then line it up with the top pulley. And let me try and show you what I'm talking about. Whoops. Okay, so there's our pulley. As you can see, it's kind of off center of the print. Again, there's the pulley, a little bit off center of the print. And there's the slot I'm talking about that I need to get the belt to go in and then right up over the top of that pulley. So that's what I'm trying to do right now. So bear with me un momento. This side's a little bit harder because of the way that the belt has been curled up. Oops. And just like that, boom, boom, shakalaka. So we should be lined up on the pulleys. And it appears that we are. Now, you see how it's a little bit hard to pull these, and that's because we've got two different motors. So now I'm going to set this back up. Move my bed plate out of the way when I do this. We're going to set this back up on its feet. Okay. And back over to our instructions. It's easier to install the rear belt clamp in the belt before mounting the carriage onto the mounts. So do so if you haven't done so already. We haven't mounted the carriage on the mounts yet. We probably need to at least get these set up on there. And that would be the whatchamacallit, the screws that I have sitting over here that are still waiting to be installed. And I'm going to ream these out to 3mm. Because once again, I don't want to be screwing them through the printed part. I want them to be screwed to the rail carriages, not screwing through the part and then wind up not having a good solid connection with the rail carriages themselves. So we'll go ahead and open this up. And we're using a reamer because the reamer ensures that we get a perfectly round hole. These are straight flutes on the reamer, where if you use a drill, they're going to have the circular flutes, and it actually pulls the drill through because it likes to bite. So if you're slightly off with a drill, it will drill a crooked hole. With a reamer, it's going to follow the existing hole. So it's always better to use a reamer than a drill for making sure that your holes are perfectly cylindrical and proper size. Because the other thing is you're not going to 3D print a perfect size or perfect round hole because, well, 3D printers don't know how to do arcs. They do straight lines. You can use there's a tool like Arc Welder it's still not doing arcs because you cannot give it 3D coordinates and make it do an arc, right? It's all arc welder's doing is making smaller, a lot more smaller lines to make a hole. Hey, Nuno Vicente, how's it going? Yes, this is the breakout board. So everything on the printer comes to the breakout board. We're going to have a connection for all the steppers, a connection for all the sensors, and then there's a connection over here on this side that will have the power. Okay? Our actual MCU and power supplies are in here. So there's our spider board. The 3 larger heatsink are 5160s. These over here are 2209s, and it looks like one of those fell off, so that's what I heard floating around in here. And we'll have to get that fixed. I can see why that one popped off. But yeah, we've got the 5160s will be running at 48 volts, which are the X and Y motors. The Z and extruder motors will be running at 24 volts. So that's kind of the setup that we're dealing with here. And it will be a very high-speed setup. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to get these started on the rail here, and I'll bring these down this way because it'll be easier for me to get my driver in from this side. And we're going to be doing it so the long flat edge is facing up. The angled edge is down at the bottom. These are M3 by 12 screws, and I'm going to try and get just a little touch of thread lock on one of them. Because with the speed that this thing's going to be able to go, I'm not going to be able to get thread lock on all these, but I at least want one of these to have thread lock to help keep this nice and tight. And I'm not going to tighten these down, I'm just getting them prepped. I want to make sure that I have all 4 screws in before I, lined up before I start screwing them down. And you don't put, you don't want to put a lot of thread locker on here, because if it gets out onto the printed part, it will cause an issue with the printed part. It can cause it to get brittle and crack. So but we do need a little bit of thread locker on here because, like I said, this is going to be a super duper fast dang it. It's going to be a fast speed printer. And now that I put it on, I'm going to go ahead and take it back off. I believe I forgot to put the washers on here. And yes, this is a 5-set kit for the LH Stinger. Because I've got 8 of these, I'm pretty sure now that I need to put things on here. Things being washers. We can always double check with the CAD. That. Hide that. It's actually not showing washers there, but and showing washers at the top. So maybe I was mistaken. Why do I have 8 washers over? I don't know. I have no idea. I have no idea. We'll play dumb. Could very well be that I think I have seen that there are discrepancies between the CAD and the discrepancies between the CAD and the instruction manual here. But I know that the gentleman that made this design, or I think it's a gentleman, I don't know. The person that made the design is taking notes from my build. So what I'm going to do, and this is an alignment thing, okay? All I am going to do, this isn't locking this down for the long haul. I am going to put these in place and screw these down, because what I'm going to be doing is trying to get the side carriages lined up. So this is only going to be temporary. I'm going to screw these down, front, back. I'm not going to do all 6, just 4 of them. And this is going to help me get the carriage sides level. That makes sense. I want to make sure that this side and this side is as level as possible. So I'm going to basically install this across, lock it in place. And that will allow me to make sure that these are up and down as level as possible. Before I lock down the sides. But yeah, this is the FISEC LH Stinger kit. You don't have to, um, no, I think I just put this on upside down, but that's okay. It should still be fine. You don't have to buy this kit. You can actually self-source it, but so far the kit's been pretty good. I didn't have a, the 24-watt power supply wasn't in here, and so the 24-watt power supply wasn't in here, and there was no Raspberry Pi in the kit. So now what I'm doing is bringing it all the way forward to the end stop so that both carriages are up against the stop. I'm applying pressure straight down, and I'm going to go ahead and lock the carriages in place. And then we're going to make sure we still have good movement, which we do. And then we'll go ahead and pop this off. And like I said, this will help us, not having everything on here will help us be able to get our belts on there a little bit easier. So Nuno, while we're doing this, or while I'm doing this,
This is a real B&H birthday story.
oh yeah,
We've been known for our customer service since 1973. Looking good, fellas. And today we're 50. In 5 decades.
this is the LH Stinger doing 1,000 millimeters a second, 30K accels. So this is the beast that we are printing or building right now. And it is a carbon fiber heated bed, and it's just strips of Captain tape that it's printing on. You can do strips of Captain tape, or there is a bed size. I believe it was 200 by 200. I believe the bed size on this is actually 200 by 200. So I need, whoops, bed installation. So the back is going to come up underneath this plate, come up through here. The front Okay. Let me switch back over. The other side, it helps aligning the hex key for tensioning the belt with the bed mounted. Okay. Just going to route the belts in the same general way where the belt comes in underneath, comes up. Therefore, when we fold it over, the teeth of the belt on both sides are facing up. There's a mount and tensioning tool that we're going to need to work on here. We're going to need a couple of heat set inserts. And I'm going to take this and set it off real fast while we work on that tool. So we're going to need that tool. Those are spacers. That was a bed alignment tool. There are these tiny, tiny, tiny spacers. I'm not sure if we're supposed to use them or not. These are just alignment length jigs. I think this is just to line up the parts for when we built the bed, but we'll see. So this is going to be our jig tool that we're going to be working on. Okay. We're going to need a couple of magnets, a couple of heat set inserts. So we'll put those in. And I think I'm going to reprint this, by the way, with the latest latest and greatest files. The 1S version. Short ones. We need two of the short. Well, that's not my short. Oh, I'm done with the short one. So okay. So we've got those two. We're going to need 7 M3 hex nuts. Four, 5, 6, 7. Yeah, well, I mean, this has got dual motors on the Y. So that's one reason why it's able to make those speeds. And then one on the X, but you'll have the ability to add a second one if you so choose. So you can add a second motor on the X-axis. Once again, still run it at 48 volts, which will be pretty wild. You'll need another 5160. You'll need the motor wires, but you got enough wire that you can create it. One of the things that I will be doing here in the near future, after we get this project done, we've got so many projects that we can work on. We're going to be building, or we have the all-wheel drive kit with 9mm belts for the Trident, and I'm going to put that on the Trident 350. So that would take up like the entire desk here. So that'll be a fun one because we're going to take the tool head off. We're going to take everything off and basically redo the Trident because it's an all CNC frame. So we'll take all the printed parts off and replace it with um, CNC metal parts. And it's a 9mm belt all-wheel drive. So we're going to go to 4 motors, 9mm belts. You know, that's 9mm belts. You've seen how fast this one goes. Same thing with the K3. It's running 4 motors. Same thing with the VZ bot, right? We're going to go to 4 motors. 1, 2, 3, 4 on the gantry. We're going to have CNC parts for all the gantry to include the XY joints. We're going to go to 9mm belts, and we're going to put a takeoff tool head with a tube air on it, which is going to be like chef's kiss as far as a solid all-around build. Where did I put? Because those aren't the ones that came with it, I don't think. Maybe they are. Who cares? They're M3x6, so not going to matter if these are the ones that came with the kit or not. They're M3x6. There's a couple of very, very tiny ones in there. I have no idea what this is magnetizing to, so I couldn't tell you if it needs to be a specific polarity. Those are going to still come out, so. All right, let me see. Is this a tool or is this staying on the print? Going to go like that. Belt's going to go like this. Belt's going to go underneath that heat. I don't know. I'm just going to leave them in there without super gluing them in because I'm pretty sure this does not stay on there. This is a tool to use to do things, so I don't want to super glue them in if I don't have to. Oof. Okay. So we got the Y belt tool. We got that piece. We've got the 2 magnets in. We've got the 2 heat presses in. We've got our 7 hex nuts. We need 2 20mm button head screws in 3 type. And a 40mm socket head. $3mm. That part, we've got these 2 little wing dingy things. The hell is that? That would be, yes, this part. So I think we have everything. Button heads go through the wing dinghies. The wing dinghies are going to have these shoved down in them. Okay, Bexy. No, no, yes, that's going to be on a standard 2020 frame. And yes, we do have to, on the rear upright of the Trident, you've got to file it down because otherwise the 9mm belts will not, um, the 9mm belts will not clear if you don't file it down. So we will have to do a little bit of modifications there. So what we're doing is we're putting a nut on these. And that nut, dang it. That nut's going to get pulled all the way to the top. And then it comes in through the deep hole side. And you'll be able to turn around and you'll feel where that nut lines up and just pull it down through it because you're basically making wing nuts here. Then this one, we're going to get two, and it says to glue the one. That'll be interesting. How are we going to glue on? Loosen the grub screws of the front Y stepper motor. We'll do that. Do that. God, I love when it won't show me that. I guess we're going to just assemble this without any help. That language doesn't sound right, but it looks like we need to glue one of these on here. So this is now going to be a, why the hell would you glue it on there? I think we should have to. I hate making a permanent tool if it doesn't need to be. Especially when you're doing two of these back to back. They should lock together unless they're wanting them to be they're gonna be okay. Gonna go on the one side. All right, I think I understand why. Kind of looks like in this diagram, it looks like there's a nut, and a washer, and it doesn't call for a washer anywhere. So I'm going to get this nut close to the head. Then I'll put a little bit of super glue on it, or dump super glue everywhere on my table again. Also, I didn't think super glue was coming out. What do they call that? Spoiler alert, did. I'm gonna make sure it's nice and tight and it's flush up against there, and then I'm just gonna hold it up here because I got glue everywhere, so I don't want it to glue every darn thing together. Monolith guys do not recommend doing 9mm on 2020 frame. I don't know who the Monolith guys are, you know. I mean, I know people have done 9 mil belts on 2020 frames. I know that they've done them on 3030s as well. I know there's more than one kit that for 9 mil belts adding to 2020s. Oh, the monolith gantry, gotcha. I'm going to give it a shot and see what it does, right? Could I run into problems? Yeah. Will I run into problems? Don't know. We'll have to see. Okay, so that's now glued together, or we've got glue on it. I think my two nuts are pretty close to being perfectly aligned, which is pretty interesting. So we've got this, we've got our two butterflies that are going to come through the top. These will basically go here and here, and we can't really install them, I'll say, just yet. A little afraid to shove this in here because if I do, it might actually glue itself, but what the hey? It does. Get that aligned. And then this is going to come in from the front. And like I said, this is going to be our tensioner that's going to sit on here and pull this thing tight. So now that we've got that built, let's see what's next. Oh, what's next is refreshing the screen, because for whatever reason, I always have to refresh the screen before it will let me see the darn videos. Untighten, untighten, yes. Okay. So I think we've got these prepped and ready. I'll put that somewhere. We'll put these over there. I don't know why it called for 7 and I haven't used all of them yet, but we'll see. You won't be able to fully tension the belts because the extrusions bend and twist. Yeah, that might be an issue. That might be an issue. Okay, so we've got our bed here. I think we've got our bed on in the right orientation. Gonna come out here and we'll verify that. So the little tab comes out the what I thought was the front, but now that looks like that the tab or the belt. Killing me, Smalls. Goes like this. Those two at the top. What I'm trying to figure out is which way the physical like tab goes. I think it's on this side. That makes sense because this is a longer uh, piece that will lock around it. So yes, it does go this direction. What I want to do is get this mounted on our blocks. Here's one. Yeah, I just won't be able to take full advantage of the mod. Yeah, I get that. Yeah, and it will be using CNC parts because the kit comes with CNC parts. So it's going to be CNC parts replacing all the printed parts in the XY, except for the tool head. Well, the tool head is going to be changed up as well. And the tool head is going to be the takeoff tool head, which is was it FMJ printed metal aluminum. So it's going to have a tube hot end with a FXD extruder. Back with hot chocolate. There you go, beans. There you go. Yes, that is the tool head that Modbot put on his Trident. That's where I got the idea. He was also talking about doing a 9mm belt mod on his as well. I think the difference is his is a 300 and I'm going to be doing it on a 350. Okay. So that's looking good there. What I want to do, pull that through some. We're going to have to remove these pulleys. Or not remove them, but undo these and leave these tight. Pull the belt tight and hold it with one finger on the carriage. Set the belt into the tool and loop it through the hole and under the edge of the carriage. While holding it, attach the top part of the pre-tensioning tool and lock it in place. I'm actually wondering if I need to like, it makes no sense to start trying to tension this if this is not tightened down or latched down. So I'm assuming that we're going to come through the top, through the plate and through this. So that comes through there. This goes around there. So we just need to get these lined up. Looks like it is. And we'll put in our 2 screws, and that will lock one side in. Darn it, it looks like we're lined up. Here we aren't. You don't enjoy being back home? Why not, Bexy? Figured you would like being back home. Why is... There we go. Yeah, we've got the belt lined up in the, I'll say the teeth of here. Then I'm using one of the keys to help pull the other side in line. And then we can screw straight down through the plate, through the plate and down into the hex nut that we glued in place. And why, like I swear this is lined up, going all the way through that part. Why is this not? There we go. I just had to wiggle it. This doesn't feel like home. Like if I could just take my bunny and my workspace over to Canada, I'd never come back. When I'm here, I'm just me. No one that fussed about seeing me, etc. But when I'm out there, I've got Heathen who's always happy to see me and actually cares about what I have to say. Well, I don't know what to tell you, Beans. Don't know what to tell you. Okay, so both of these are now loose. We're going to take our plate with the little tunnel facing down because it's going to go over the belt, under the bracket, slide forward, I guess until it touches. I assume so. Yes. So we have undone we loosened our thingies, for lack of a better term, thingies. And I will turn this around so we're a bit closer to you guys, or at least facing you all. So we undid these, so these are freewheeling. We locked this side of the belt down. So now this is where all of our slack is. Pull the belt tight and hold it with one finger on the carriage. Set the belt onto the tool and loop it through the hole and under the edge of the carriage. While holding it, attach the top part of the pre-tensioning tool and lock it in place. To do that, set the pre-tensioning tool, which is going over the carriage. It doesn't make sense. That doesn't make any sense. Whoops. Let's see what it's telling us to do. Oi! Ah, so there's another piece that I didn't put in there. This piece. This will have another piece in it. I'm going to say I'm thoroughly confused here. Because I can't seem to get my piece locked in unless this somehow goes the other way like that. And that doesn't go in. All right, that doesn't make any damn sense. Goes like this, goes like, how does this tool go back together? We see this tool again. I'm working to pull this thing through. The only thing I can think of is this has to go the other way. something. Why does that look so? That looks like it has a hex head in it, right? Not from, it has a hex head in it. Doing like this, the hex head fits in, and then this becomes a turning knob. If I go like that, I'm barely making it to that piece. If I turn it around, then I'm going to have to glue this in. Otherwise, it's probably just going to pull it straight out as I'm trying to tighten it. Because I'm not pulling it through, I'm pulling it out. That makes sense. Oh my God. Help me understand. Whoop, this way. Hide that. Yep. There's the nut. There's a screw. Okay, that makes sense now, maybe. That makes sense. Oh, M3 by 40. M3 by 40 hex head. We're going to drop it through here. Then we're going to put one of these on. It says glue. The only thing I can think of is glue it into this piece, but I'm not even going to do that. Hey, Heathen, how's it going, sir? I'm having fun here trying to figure out how to do these tools because the instructions are a little sus. Just slightly. When I say sus, not necessarily sus, just not not as intuitive as one would think. Okay, there we go. So that's how we do it. Now, let's go back and rewatch this little video, if it'll let us. So the belt gets pulled over. And it might just be that I've got way too much belt here, so I just need to cut some of this belt down. Now that we clamp the one side, we've got a little bit of a feeder. We'll clamp some of this. We'll cut this down to about like right there. So we take this and we put it down underneath. drive that back underneath if we need to. This piece, that clamp area right there, that trough, is going to go over this carbon fiber piece, which means this is going to secure into the heat press inserts that we had. Here's my, I'm going to cheat a little bit. These are locking this down into the heat press inserts on our tool. And now as I turn this, it's going to bite into the belt. Good. And give us some tension. Hoping it does. Now, how much tension? Rotate it until the belt is tight. Well, I can make the belt super duper tight. I mean, we are pretty tight. Insert the adjustable belt clamp. Make sure the screws are flush with the hex nuts and secure the top plate. Why? Ugh. I don't know why it forces me to refresh every single time I want to watch the next video. Okay, so I need to take this piece, well, yeah, this piece that has the screws in it, and we're going to set it right down on top of there. And that should clip right down on the belt. And then there's going to be a plate that comes across the top like that. And this is where we're going to use our countersunk screws. I have no idea whatsoever what I am screwing into here with these said countersunk screws. What the hell would I be screwing in? Here are the top plate. Because this is wider than the piece I just put in there. There's nothing underneath that. So what am, whoop. Use the right button, Luke. Seriously, use the right button. There we go. So there's screws coming this way. M3 hex nuts underneath. Oh, damn, are you serious? So let me pull this plate out. You see if I can get this to come out. Okay. So we need to get bolts up underneath here. So I'm going to remove the tension here. I'm going to unscrew these. Because once again, these are down into the heat set inserts of this bottom piece here. How's it going, Chewy? Yeah. What the heck's still in there? This one? There we go. Now I'm going to pull this back out, and I'm going to pull this back out. That goes in there and stops there. Darn, I was thinking that it would be the magnets would hold those in place, but those magnets don't either, unless, there we go. Right above that magnet is what looks like a little slot. You would take these other two that we have and you just slide them there, and those magnets are going to hold them in place. So now if we take this and slide it up underneath, push it back, those magnets are now going to line up, or the magnets, the nuts are now going to be aligned right on those holes. We've got that piece there. We're going to put the tensioner back down here. We're going to screw these back in. And once again, this has the belt piece, so that's going to line up with the teeth. Make sure to get this nice and tight. Seems like there's more slack than I would want on that, so let me try that again. Don't think that did what I wanted it to do. Both there and here. think I have stainless steel screws because um, they're not magnetized. You're kidding me. Okay, so that just means I got to be extra careful. Bring these in, get them lined up. Okay. Tighten that, fold it under. Bring this piece up. Bring this piece up. Make sure it's fully forward and engaged. Screw these back down. Okay, so those are tight. Now we're going to tighten this up, which should pull that belt tight. I don't know what they mean by tight. I mean, not sure if you can hear this. Like it just says tight. It doesn't define tight. So we've got the nuts in this one. So we're going to drop this with the teeth marks straight down. We'll go straight down on there. Now, this plate will line up with those two M3 nuts that we've got there. That should be held in place with magnets, but yeah, we'll just say should be held in place with magnets. Okay, this one locked. This one's freewheeling. Kind of tells me that the nut moved on this one. Which is going to make me mad. Because I have no way of getting it back in place other than taking everything back off. What the hell was that? Yeah, I can't see it, but I can tell you that I wasn't hitting it. So it looks like it's there. So I don't know if it's just like a length issue. So these were M3 by 10s. Do I have M3 by 12s? $22. No, 10s and then 22s. 20s. 410. 20, 18, 16, 10. So we go from 16 to 10. Do I have M3 by 12 over here? I do. Not only that, but I have an M3 by 12 black. So it still matches all the other stuff. Now let's see if this one will get there. And that works. So it was just an issue of not being long enough. And apparently doing one side will not let me do both sides. So I'm going to take both of these to 12s. Cool Whip sauces and chippets. Okay, so now we have that. So that's on there. Painful. Okay, so these were M3 by 10, so we'll put those back in here since we're not using those. Yeah, that lays on there. The other piece goes over the top. Remove the tensioning tool, move the carriage back, and adjust the belt tensioning by using the 2 screws and adjustable clamp. Note, you don't have to use the tensioning like I do in the video. That side of the tool is mainly intended for tensioning with the belt attached. Okay. And of course, we're going to now remove our tensioning clamp. Just like that. And there's our belt. Slowly, we should be able to move this back. Maybe. Or did I squish it down? Arr. Arr. Was ist das? I wonder if I made that too tight now because either that or the 12s I may have screwed into the actual printed part. Yeah, that's basically what I did was I screwed through into the printed part. Now if I pull this out, there's nothing that's going to keep these from free spinning because it was these that were keeping that from free spinning. So do something like that. Basically what I'm doing is I'm trying to put the side against the nut to keep the nut from spinning. So that's good and tight. Oof. Good and tight, and the 12s are actually digging in to the M3x12s are dragging against the frame or the 3090 extrusion. So need to back these back out some. Get that back there. Keep that tension. Take one of these out, and I need to put the 10 back in. Take a 12 out, put a 10 in. Of course, I don't like this because it just doesn't seem like it. I mean, obviously a 10 should tighten it up, but I think what the issue is the nut sits down low enough that it doesn't grab. Or it grabs and it's just spinning, one of the two. Okay. There we are. We're good and tight. Good and taut. Okay. So put those back. We'll put this stuff back, and we'll put this back in there. That back on there so I don't kill myself. Ugh. Okay. Where was I at? Okay, we got the bed on. We got the bed on. The bed moves. Now, finish by performing a step sink procedure and secure the grub screws of the front pulley. What the hell is a step sink procedure? I'm going to lock the front pulley back down now. Okay, as I'm moving this, it's like jumping. It's not. I think how it's jumping or why it's jumping is like phases. The only thing I can think of. We'll have to see how that plays out. Because I don't know what they mean by a step sink procedure. And it's not like they showed a step sink procedure on here. Piece of Captain tape can be added on top of the tensioner block to ease the movement and apply more pressure. Strip of PVC tape can be added on the CF carriage where the back of the belt touches to increase pressure and friction. Okay, once again, don't know what that means. I'm just getting these put in there. Hey, Chris, how's it going? Hope you're doing good. I saw that there was yet something else that you've added to the store. You're killing me. You're like enticing me to buy more and more stuff. Yeah, see, I'm like feeling a jumpiness, like boom, 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 boom. And the only thing I can think of is this the motor phasing. The only thing I can think of is because it seems to be like one full rotation. But the belts are definitely tight. Wait for Friday, you're really going to hate me. Chris, damn it. I'm not going to hate you. Mrs. Dragon's going to hate you. Because you know I'm going to buy stuff. I've already got stuff in my cart that I need to buy. And now you're going to entice me to buy other things. Due to the heat proximity of the assembly, it is highly recommended to replace the printed top tensioner plate with a 1.5 millimeter drilled PCB FR4 plate or aluminum. Make sure the screws have enough clearance from the heater to not damage it and cause a short. Sure, why didn't you provide it? A custom FR4 PC plate design can be found in user mods. Awesome. That's great to know. Fantabulous. Please refer to the tuning guide for setting belt tension and stepper sync. Well, geez, you should have told me to do that before I just cranked the hell out of this. Belt tension. Is that like the next section? Carriage, insulation, bed heater. No, so this is down in the tuning section. Okay. Why? 118 hertz, carriage all the way to the back. How much do you have to buy to get a handwritten note from Mr. Wholesome? I bet you could get a handwritten note from Mr. Wholesome regardless of if you buy anything. I'm pretty sure I have some affiliate credit too. And I do need to buy something because I needed to get some more microfit connectors. And it was like $20 in connectors. And by connectors, I mean the pins. So it's like $20 in pins and connectors, and you wanted like $20 for shipping. And I was like, no. So we'll do that some other way. Like it just means I have to buy something and you can throw it in there as part of the shipping. Okay, this is garbage because that's now glued together. That's garbage. Don't think that's 3x12. That's there. This goes here for now. Let's figure this out. That's not right. Something was wrong. A note during checkout. Yeah. In an all-wheel drive setup where two stepper motors are active on the same belt loop, a sync procedure is required to ensure a smooth operation. Failing to do this will result in a loss of torque and increased vibration. First off, I think I just need to check my belts. So carriage all the way to the left. I need to check this belt tension and see if I've got it way too high. Hopefully we can do this without the X1C causing problems. We want to be at 3D printing, sound spectrum. For the X carriage all the way to the left, we want it at 108 megahertz. We're going to say play drum. Yeah, we're about at 150, so we're a bit high on the tension there. And loosening this is up here. So is this one? Lefty lefty loose. And I'm just making sure that this does loosen up. So I'm going to hit play again. and we're peaking lower in the hundreds, so we're close. Y carriage, same thing, all the way to the back. And we need to figure out what our strum is. And every so often I find that you have to basically shut it off and start it up again. And I think we might actually be too tight here, which means I'm going to have to like undo this. Really don't want to do, and that might be part of the problem why we're juddery. So I am going to loosen these back up. We're going to need to get our plate back on here. Seriously. Oh well, hell with it. All right, take this off. I should actually have the tensioning plate back on here before I let off the tension here. Work never pays you on time. And actually, I do want to kind of let this up some because I have it too tight at the moment. I'm going to let that up a little bit. And we're going to try not to crank down on it as much. I mean, we're somewhat tight there. Just back down on there. This plate back down on there. Ah! All right, so this side's going in, the other side's not, which is driving me insane that this is. Why do I feel like that completely slipped out again? Because it did. So you're not going to give me a heads up of what's coming, Chris? I'm trying to keep this from moving. That chance, but trying to. Okay. I don't know if you guys can tell how much that is like stuttering and jumping, and I still don't know why. We're definitely a lot looser now. I don't know. I do not know. Loosen up the front motor pulley grub screws. Insert the tensioning aid tool. Adjust the screws while verifying the belt frequency. Finish by tightening the pulley grub screws or by running the stepper sync procedure. A stepper sync procedure. I'm I, I um so confused. Still confused why I'm getting that jumpiness here. But I'm gonna have to run some macros apparently. So we'll lock this back down. And we'll run macros later on once we get it done. For now, we are built. I'm still not sure that my belt's tight enough, or if I'm still too tight, I don't know. Because I can't get a actual sound. So we'll go with it. So we've got a Y belt installed. Bed heater. Guide covers the steps required for soldering and installing the PI Flex PCB header. Good news, it's already on there. So we should not need to do any of that. Because, as stated, we're already soldered. We've got plenty of good goop over the top of it to cover those solder joints up. And we've got some plastic on here to keep our thing protected. Clean up the CF bed surface with isopropyl alcohol and make sure not to touch it with bare fingers. Okay. Use the bed heater alignment jig for mounting the heater. Heater's mounted. Thermistor's mounted. We don't need to do any of that. It's already there. Adhesive's cured. You're gonna tell me how to mount the bed? Now confused. Count me confused. Get some stuff out of here. Printed parts, configuration, wiring, kit notes, BOM changes, issues. All right, I guess we're just going to look up here and figure out how we actually mount things. Like I said, I don't know why we're jerky. I may have to take this back off to figure that out, but these are going in with M3 by 18 countersunk screws. M3 by 18 countersunk or flathead cap screws. Okay. We're going to have a M4 905. I guess we're going to have a M4 908 because I have no 05s. 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, one at the top and one at the bottom. So we'll need 4 more of these. And M3 lock nuts. M3 lock nuts. Alrighty. There we go. Just going to pull back on the 4 corners. Make sure that our wire is heading out the back. And this is going to get mounted. We're going to have some extra spacers here. And let me see if anything else. 3 there, 3 here, nothing in this middle section. Whoops. Nothing in the middle section. Okay. We're going to have a spacer and a washer under each one of the corners. So not 1 or 2. Looks like just 1. We'll have 1 of these at each corner. We're going to have 1 of these at the top on each one. This is precision alignment, by the way. Check KB3D Discord for early access, but midnight tonight the preview goes live. Yay! Good night, Bexy. Now Chris is teasing me, trying to get me to buy stuff. Then what I'm going to do is I'm going to take my 4 screws and get them dropped in the build plate. And then we're going to try and play the lineup game. And we have failed miserably. Moved everything out of alignment. I didn't even think it might be better to do something like that so it doesn't push up. Okay. At least got it down through the initial spacers. Now we're trying to get them lined up on the... Those 2 are in. There's 3. Come on, you're the last one. And 4. Okay. So now we've got all 4 lined up and going all the way through. Now what we're going to need to do is one at a time. We need to get another washer and then a lock nut started underneath. No pressure whatsoever. Thinking about getting a 2.4 350 kit. That'll be nice. Okay, so that one's aligned. That there. That there. This. That one. First one was easier, or was easy. This one is now being a pickle. If I can at least get 2 started, which I now have 2 started, now it's like, do I set it up on its edge? Do I move the bed to a different position to make it easier? Kind because that is an option too, is we could take this and put it up on its side, which would make trying to get these lined up a little bit easier. But we're just going to keep fighting it, because why not? All right, there's 3. And I'm not able to get these tightened down at this point. I'm just trying to get everything lined up. We'll work on tightening things down and, afterwards. Right now, like I said, we're just working on getting the stack lined up. I just dropped the water. Seriously, where did the washer go? All the way under. And this is where I say it might be easier to put it up on its side. That way I'm not fighting gravity. I can set this over the screw. Okay. Now we're going to need a pair of pliers. And we're going to tighten these down. Looks like all the way. And I'm not ugga-dugging them. I'm just bringing them all the way snug. Oh. It feels like a couple of these screws are not very well, like the hex heads aren't very well made on them. That's literally what I'm dealing with is crappy. I don't want to say crappy hex heads, but they're And once again, I'm just making them snug. I'm not trying to over tighten them or anything. But there we go. We've got our bed is now attached. We need to figure out our bed mounting. Clicked on assembly instructions. Bed carriage, bed heater. It still doesn't actually talk about installing the bed. So we'll just come back here and we'll continue to look at the CAD. So we've got a top and bottom piece. Going to be good for strain relief. We've got some screws from the bottom, I believe. Nuts. Screws come down from the top. I was like, what is that doing? We are looking at one of these tabs. I don't know which one. And I have a feeling that I am putting stuff in the way here. Turn it. So we should have mounted this in the back corner here, and I didn't. So we're going to take that back corner back off. Is this a different size screw? And 3x22. Yes, it would be. So this back corner one, we're going to have to take back off. Got two different versions of these plates. I think we're just going to do this one. We're going to have to take this back off. Which is going to completely suck because now I've got to figure out how to re-sandwich all of these parts. The answer is going to be tweezers, but still going to suck. Especially as I start dropping things. So there's one. Two. And I need to figure out where the other one just dropped to. Got an errant washer. I'm hearing you move. Where the heck are you? You kidding me? I have a washer floating around and I have no idea where the hell it's at. And I've got this hanging completely upside down. All right, well, I think it just fell out. And we got a raid. Holy crap, who raided? Hey, Pezlis, thank you for the raid with a party of 91. Holy crud. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Sparky Pugwash, thank you for the follow. Manly Mutt followed, thank you. Musaka, thank you. Benny, thank you very much. And welcome on in, everybody. Let me jump back up here, see what happened. Wow, 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 wow. Monty Josh, welcome on in. Sebastian, welcome, welcome. You said Sparky Pugwash, thank you for the follow. Hey, Miss Lee Marie, how are you doing? Penn Talon, welcome in. Jose Ferreira, welcome in. Hello, Bearded Printer. Clown Hammer, welcome in. Yep. Epic Man 340, hello. Welcome in, Raiders. How are the filament faithful tonight, Reverend? We're doing good. We're doing good. We're having some fun. Hey, Warpaint and Unicorn, got the Polymaker raid emotes going on. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Hey, Liz, Hutch's Makerspace, welcome in. Just trying to flip through here. Manly Mutt, thank you for all the emotes, everybody. Holy cow. You know we came in? I do now. Yes, yes, yes. You caught me as I was trying to find a washer that I dropped in the bed pieces here. So welcome, everybody, Raiders. For those of you that know me, welcome back in. For those of you that are new, my name is Digital Dragon. I am a 3D printing variety streamer here on Twitch. What does that mean? Well, it means that I do everything from, unboxing printers like the X1C Carbons here, to modifying printers, to doing full-up printer builds. This is a 0G Mercury 1 that was built under a closed beta. I believe it's still under a closed beta, but this is one of the things I do with prototyping. I've got a couple of beta prototype tool heads in my X1Cs from Fadis. I've been one of the big beta testers in the Box Turtle. This is my 4th Box Turtle build that was self-sourced. It's actually getting tested out on this machine, and once it's ready to go, this Voron 2.4 and that Box Turtle are going to a local store here in North Carolina, Raleigh, North Carolina, and it's going to be on display out there. So that's kind of a little bit of what I do. I do cosplay stuff, as you can see with the helmets, and I build all kinds of fun and cool things to include a lot of printers. Hey, Jedi Spidey, how are you doing? How are things a little bit down south of me? And right now we were trying to find the shim ring that I dropped, because we have to put a different screw in here. And I'm sorry, we have to put a different screw in here on this back corner and rebuild our stack, which is going to be fun because it would have been good to do it before we had all of the corners tightened down, but so be it. I do things like that a lot because I don't fully read through sometimes. Oh, you did your imprinting color and prepped a bit for tomorrow. Well, that's good because you're going to have a pretty busy stream tomorrow. Yeah, you're going to have a pretty busy stream. It was an 18 and I threw that baggie away. We'll bring that baggie back out. Yeah, let me just make sure that I don't need to do anything on the other corner. And I'm actually looking at the CAD drawing here and trying to see. Okay. And that was my problem, is I didn't look at the CAD drawing, and then when I did, it was kind of too late and I'd already screwed up. So now I get to try and put in a screw, a washer that I just dropped. Don't drop the printer, Luke. Screw. Ah. Always easier to use your tweezers when they're not bent. You're setting up your K2 Plus right now. Got that 50% pre-order. Nice. Very nice, Jedi Spidey. I might have to come and check that out. I haven't done any I haven't done a K2 Plus yet. Of course, not too many people have because they're brand new, but there's a part of me that was like, I'm interested, but I don't know if I'm, how can I put this, that interested to go all in on that price, but one day maybe. Okay, so I've got the washer and then the other carbon fiber spacer through here. Now on the back side, I need to add this carbon fiber piece and make sure I put it in the right darn orientation so it goes where I need it to go. I think is going to be like that. Is this the right one? No, I don't want to use this one. I want to use the shorter one. Then we'll put another washer and then I'm going to need the M3 lock nut that I have most likely knocked onto the floor. Hey, there's the other M3 washer I was looking for. Or M4 washer. Oh, we'll find that one later on when we vacuum it up. That started. And then we'll need to hold that in place. Tighten this down. Not fully yet, because I do need to get this piece lined up with this piece. And I would love to be using my overhead camera, but unfortunately my overhead camera, which has been my problematic camera, decides like it's going to work and then it's just going to stop. So like in a second, it's going to freeze on me for no apparent reason, right? And it's going to drive me insane. So we'll scoot this up so you might be able to see what I'm doing. So this printed part here is going to go on this piece of carbon fiber, and I need to put some bolts through it. And these are going to be M3 by 6s with no washer and just some M3 nuts underneath. So I'm going to need some more M3 hex nuts. M3 hex nuts. M5 3 lock nuts. M3 hex nuts. It's almost 10 o'clock my time. It is Eagle the Dragon. It is. I'm going to have to get this put on there, and then we'll have to call it quits after this. So we got that. We're going to need M3 by 6 button head screws. Grab a couple of those. And what's going to happen is we're going to come through the plastic piece, through the carbon fiber piece, and then we'll line up the we'll get our going on. There we go. We'll get our M3 nut going on the back. And this is one of those reasons why I haven't fully locked this down, so I can rotate it around like this and make it easier to get to these screws to lock them down. And what this is doing is providing the a place for us to zip tie the cables for strain relief. You definitely want strain relief on your bed cables. Okay, so now that that's done, we'll kind of get this back into position. Now we'll come back and tighten this one down. Okay. We're going to set this back up. And our bed cables here, figures that camera's going to make a liar out of me now, but I know there's people that were in here from the beginning that know that this camera was freezing on me earlier. Okay, so here are our bed cables. We're going to lay our cables into this trough, which I should have done before let me get, there we go. There we go. Now we're going to put this back over there to tighten it up. All right, there we go. So we've got our main cable and our thermistor cable there. And there is a spot to run, whatchamacallit, zip ties through here. And I believe we're just going to zip tie it straight around. Or actually, that's not where the zip tie goes in. That's just where this is going to go around. This goes into the top and will lock down on the sides. These are for the zip ties. And I'm not going to use theirs. I'm going to use mine because they're a little bit thicker. These are good in some places, but here we're going to need some additional. And actually, I'm going to see if I can't pop this back off. Maybe. These. There we go. And we broke it. That's awesome. Now I've just broken that part. on one side of the latch. That's okay. It'll be okay. Because what I want to do is put sleeving on this. Right, I can figure out what I did with the rest of my sleeving. Oh, there it is. We're going to put some cable sleeving on here to keep these cables together. Which will also help when we zip tie things down. So Eagle, are you trying to say I need to get some sleep because I have a big day tomorrow? I mean, I'll be honest, I am not planning on getting up too early tomorrow because, well, why? We're getting that lined up. We'll put this on here for now. I may have to, because this piece right here broke, I'm going to have to reprint this, the plastic piece, but for now, I'm going to get it sitting on here. This will get zip tied, right? Well, I will zip tie this. Lid's not going to stay on there because I broke the plastic part, but you know, it may stay on there with some acetone welding, but I won't. I'll reprint these parts. I will reprint these two parts. The good thing is I can put them on there without taking everything off. We will sleeve this up. Yeah, in the case of this, all we have to do is just cut those two zip ties, undo those two screws between the plastic and the carbon fiber piece, and we'll be able to replace that pretty quickly. Manly Mutt hooked you up with a 50% discount. Well, Manly Mutt needed to hook me up with a 50% discount too. Nah, that's cool, man. That's good. I really do enjoy doing these builds and stuff. But every once in a while, it's also nice to just be able to open up a printer and just get it printing, you know? Is why I like the X1 carbons is bada bing, bada boom. They're out, they're up, they're running in you know, 20 minutes or less. Okay, so I'm gonna leave some of this covered in the braiding because what I'm going to do is plug these in. This is an M60, or I'm sorry, the XT60UM. So plugging in the right direction. It's plugged in here. Tight fit, which is pretty good. And then our thermistor wire is plugged in there. Now, these wires will come up, come over, and really I just need them to be covered up to about this point. So that's actually pretty good on the covering, because if I cover it too far, it actually becomes detrimental trying to get stuff in and around in this box. So we'll take it to about there. We'll put another zip tie on this end. And for that, I can use one of theirs because I'm not trying to support the wires. I'm just trying to keep the wrap from unraveling or fraying out. And this is where I kind of go, man, because it would probably be easier if these wires, which you can't see, but let me see if I do this. It would be a lot easier if these wires, which have to come over here, were underneath all of this. And then I basically come back and put everything back in. So I think I'm going to pull all of this back out, route this underneath everything here, and then I'll come back in and route all of this stuff again, because this is going to basically come around here, join up right here with the X stuff, and this is going to be able to flop around. There is going to be a cover that goes over this, and that's what we'll get to the next time. But basically, this will be able to flop around some back here because it's going to be tied in right there. So this is kind of what it's going to do. So I'm going to work on pulling some of this stuff up so I can lay this down in the bottom and then put this other stuff on top of it. So I think that's going to be easier. So yeah, I will probably work rewiring this off stream just because. We will come back on Saturday, and we should be ready to actually fire this up. We don't have to have the auxiliary fans, but we'll probably build the auxiliary fans, get those installed, and then because there is a port for that. So we'll build our auxiliary fans. We'll bring it around here as well, get those installed, and then we'll be ready to go. Sound good, everybody? But as my brother-in-law was saying, it is getting a little late. I do need to go downstairs, spend some time with Mrs. Dragon, get some sleep, and then we're heading out tomorrow morning to go over to my parents' house for Thanksgiving. I hope everybody here has a wonderful, wonderful Thanksgiving holiday. And if you're, well, let me rephrase it. If you celebrate Thanksgiving, I hope you have a wonderful Thanksgiving holiday. If you don't, or you already have, like Pez Liz, I hope you just have a wonderful day. And we are going to see Pez Liz tomorrow because she is going to be streaming tomorrow. I believe she starts at 4 p.m. Eastern time, and we're going to be there listening in. Going to have all kinds of good giveaways. KB3D Chris is going to be there as well because he's part of those giveaways. And yeah, we're going to have some fun. So thank you, everybody, for being here. It's a Wednesday night, and I really don't know who to raid out to. Let me kind of see who's on that we can raid into. Science, or more, day. No, Nomad's up doing another positron, getting it ready for Smurf. Let's go over to Nomad. Go see some positron upside down printer stuff. So, like I said, thank you everybody for being here. I'm not sure how to pronounce your handle, but something to know. I think they should do a drawing, win an hour of tutoring from K2 Kevin. Oh, that would be awesome. Liz, see if Kevin wants to throw that on there. That would be cool. But thank you everybody for being here. Oh, inquiring minds want to know. There you go. I wouldn't have picked that up. But thanks everybody for being here and spending your Wednesday with me. We will see each other on Saturday again. And you guys have fun. Oh, Jedi Spidey, based on $1,500, they had 50, 40, 30, 20% off. Oh, gotcha. Yep. All right. Thanks, everybody. Have a great night. And we will see you on Saturday morning. Bye now.